Okay, let's grab this, and we'll put it to this for consistency's sake. Why do I have region chat on? Oh, right, I was grabbing people from region chat for funny stuff. Alright. I've been pinged as soon as I start up a stream. Okay. Interesting. Okay, we're gonna grab that, make sure that's on. Actually, I'm going to use Uniru for something later. That'll be very useful for me. None of my shards are interfering, which is good. What's up, Zune? We're going to grab... Honestly, we're going to grab a different Nyx entirely for this. And we're going to grab a... What's good, my Neva? What's good, Concrete Dog? We're gonna be doing some testing stuff. Just gonna be lurking while you work. That's a-okay with me, partner. We're gonna be doing some testing stuff, which means that we're gonna use maybe an unorthodox setup. I think the easiest way to go about this... Damn, I am plat broke, man. 25 plat wouldn't have happened with the chat EBT platinum card. That's so true. We're gonna do some fire rate just so this charges at a reasonable speed. And fuck it, give me reload speed as well. Alright, this all works for me. So we've got that much damage. Glad to catch you early, hope all is going well. I'm awake. That's something. I don't have another copy of Nyx. Oh, that's a problem. Wait a minute. Do I have another Nyx Prime set? Chassis systems. Shit, I don't. I could just build another base Nyx, but I can't rush it because I don't have platinum. Well, then I guess we're just gonna have to figure out which of these configs is dying. Which... I mean, fuck, I rarely use Nyx in the first place. I'm thinking this one, because this one was failed, actually, because it doesn't work the way I was hoping it would. So this one goes... Big Bumbleclot, hello. Hello, Big Bumbleclot. Smite. Go ahead and remove that. And I don't think any of these matter. It's... yeah, casting speed and energy max doesn't make a difference. You were about to kidnap me? What for? What was the intention of the kidnapping? Just to grind random nonsense? Actually, I need to visit Uncle Touchy Teshin here. For Gits and Shiggles, yeah. Ah, good old Gits and Shiggles, dude. Hello, Uncle Touchy Teshin. Steel Path Horrors, I mean honors. I'll take these. And I don't need the endo, so I'm not buying that. But I'll buy the kurva. I need the kurva. And sure, I'll buy some relic packs. Why not? Okay. Sephiron Samaru. Take me to the smack 'em. Let's do a really controlled... Uncle what? Uncle Touchy Teshin. Can't keep his hands to himself. Boom, 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 boom. I don't have like a dressed down Nyx. Okay. I fell asleep while watching Suck stream, so you didn't know what ended up happening. Oh, a lot of things ended up happening there. Man, a lot of things. So, chat, we're gonna be doing something that's a bit more difficult than normal. And that difficulty, a lot of touching. Just don't watch the VOD. Just don't watch. The difficulty of this and the testing that we're gonna do is that we're going to be using enemy damage, and enemy damage is really inconsistent with what it should be. And it's kind of confusing as to why. Nev hates everything. 15 plat, how did we end up here? I gave like 16 or 1700 plat to my wife. I say wife, fiance. We're getting married soon, TM. It'll probably be like another year before we officially get married. But I gave like another, I gave like 2k plat to her because I was like, whatever. Yes, Crow. We're married in spirit, just not in paperwork. What, Crow? What was the bundle you wanted? Can't show profile mid-mission. Plat dowry is funny as fuck. Alright. Let's set this up to do the thing. So... we need a couple of things first off. We need enemy damage scaling. So the easiest way to go about this is enemy level scaling and grabbing the damage scaling multiplier. Now, the enemy damage scaling multiplier is pretty straightforward because it's just a downright exponential scalar. So I can pull this up on screen for you guys. Bonk. There you go. I should actually do this and then switch the tab, so give me a second. Like that. What? That. There we go. So this is the damage scaling multiplier. It's very straightforward. It's just a big ol' exponent. Looks like that. And this curve will gradually continually going up and increasing, blah blah blah. So, if we're going to hop on over to Desmos really quickly, and we're literally just going to replicate this. And we're just going to make the damage multi equivalent to this formula. 1 plus 0.015 times base level minus, or current level minus base level. That's actually really easy scaling. All things considered. Now the thing is, because this is missing parentheses, we're going to add some of our own to kind of make things a little bit more organized. 0.15 times another set of parentheses. This one is going to be current level minus base level. So we're gonna do current minus base, and this is going to be 1.15, correct? That's what we're doing? 1.55, excuse me. Bane number, noted. We're going to add these as scalars. We're going to set the minimum to, 1. Set the minimum here to 1. Now, technically, base level has a cap of, like, 10, but we're going to do 20 just for the sake of making it, you know, have access to it. And this one the current level has a minimum of the base level. So this is a really cool thing that you can do with Desmos, which is that, you know, your you can set the parameters of one variable to another variable. This is a cool little thing that you can do with Desmos. A lot of people don't know that. We're just going to give this a range of, like, the simulacrum level cap, which I believe is, in this simulacrum, it's like 150 based on my mastery rank. Let me see. What is it? I don't even know. 185, 180, 180 is the limit. And so that's what we'll do in here, just to make life easy for us. 180, we'll also do a step of 1, just so that way this is easy to control. And now we have a damage multiplier. Now something worth noting is that we have no idea how this damage multiplier is calculated. We have no idea how this damage multiplier, you know, if it's approximated, if this long decimal number is rounded off, for example. There really is no way for us to know. And so we're going to have to use our best judgment to kind of figure out that information. Could you also have 2,000 plat if we got married? Big dog, I can cook. Dementia hit, you forgot your other account's login. That's so tough. If only scaling was so smooth. How's it going? We're doing some math. So there's going to be a lot of stuff here that we're going to be digging into that's going to make things really difficult for this whole damage multiplier. The next thing we're going to dig into is we're going to pick basically 2 enemies. And those 2 enemies are going to be the ones that we test with. And I think to make things really simple, we're going to pick a regular Lancer. Because their values are listed here and they're pretty straightforward. And we are going to pick probably a gunner of some kind. And then outside of that, I'll just duplicate this tab really quickly, twice. We're going to have one testing target, which is going to be probably just a Charger Eximus. So I don't even need to pull up the Charger Eximus. But we're going to want a gunner, heavy gunner. Heavy gunner. These 2 guys here. These are fairly important enemies for what we're going to be doing. This guy has a base level of 8. If I'm not mistaken. This is really interesting. It feels like there's information missing here. There it is, base level of 8. This guy has a base level of 1. Damage recorder button in sim when? Well. So we made the damage multiplier. But now what we're going to look for is something a little bit different, which is the weapon that this enemy uses and the damage that it deals. Now, something you guys might not know is that the enemy weapons are very different from player weapons. They have different base damage values, they have different numbers, there's just a lot of things that are very different. So for example, despite this guy having a Gorgon, this Gorgon and its damage values are not the same damage values that the enemy using Gorgon utilizes. The enemy Gorgon does not use this stats. It doesn't use this crit chance. It doesn't use this base damage because in a low level setting, right, if every enemy at a base level did 25 damage, if you multiplied it by that crazy multiplier, it'd be insane. So we need to do a little bit of digging. Animation intervals taken into account. There's a lot of things about enemies that we won't be taking into account because we're going to be doing some enemy damage calculating and damage math. Before we get too far into that, though, before we get too far ahead of ourselves, there's another thing that we're going to be looking into, which is Nyx in particular, specifically the first ability, Mind Control. Mind Control has an additional damage multiplier. Kind of have that with Warding Hail. It's a pain in the ass to use. Trinity's is usable Mag's bubble or Nick's bubble is also usable, just really hard. I recommend the Sylvan Aegis because it's got a nice big fat 50% multiplier, makes things pretty easy, but it's subject to rounding. Anyways, this right here, 750 initial bonus damage, 100% radiation status chance, damage bonus conversion rate. There's a lot of complex stuff going on here. Square root of 0.06% times damage is the conversion rate for Nyx. These mods are taken into account. This is about the charging up of the actual damage. This is interesting. Damage bonus is additive to the innate 750. That's probably the bonus damage from shooting into the target. 10,000 damage gives you 994 point something percent. This all kind of makes sense. As in the 750 is getting added with this other damage bonus. That's what they mean when they say additive here. Damage bonus isn't referring to that. It is still a unique multiplier from what we understand, but we're going to be testing and seeing where it is. Suck will do anything but the Kame video. Why does deep mine bounties give some of those profitable arcanes? Ancient protectors. Corrupted ancients will redirect 90% of received damage and status effects. Grant overguard. Oh, instead of granting overguard. Interesting. Blah, 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 blah. There's a lot of complexity and nuance with this ability. Look at how much text there is for this one single ability, and this is just the main info. Getting into the augment, it's a little bit simple. Getting into tips and tricks and maximization, these are all kind of... Mind control targets will still complete interception objectives. Lovely. Shield ospreys will stay friendly when the target dies. Interesting. Making Heisenberg in a Chinese Tiananmen game. Very cool. Oh, that drop is so good. Wiki is always only 80% right. That's why we're going to be taking a lot of this information with a grain of salt, and we're going to be investigating this part here. We're going to be investigating this part here. We're going to be investigating, rounding errors and bugs that are kind of tied to these guys' damage values and the fact that they're so super low. Now, I don't know if Stanced is here. Crow, could you get Stanced? He should have the enemy damage sheet. There is a spreadsheet that has enemy damage values. Enemy base damage values. And I want to say that I also knew where it was at some point in the past, and it was on the wiki, but for the life of me, I can't remember where. We're going to do one more tab, and I'm going to see if I can find it really quickly. It might be an enemy level scaling. And... Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Effects that scale off of enemy level, hit scalability, damage 2.0, and vulnerability. I mean, we can try enemy weapon and just see what comes up here. Accuracy, enemy accuracy. Accuracy, effects on performance, multi-shot, throwing, arc, spread, deviation, inverse spread, uniform spread, accuracy modifiers, positive, negative, enemy accuracy, aim graph. There's all kinds of stuff. There is a chart. Kuvatro Karzaku. The AT Ogress, Corrupted Bombard's variant, enemy weapon, here we go. Fire baton, very cool. 11 years ago, please nerf Riot. Most likely intended weapon could be the heat sword. This is funny, this is 12-year-old information, so we're looking for A very not that old chart. But there is a Google sheet that was made, and you know what? I might even have a duplicate of it. Enemy weapon. You know what? Let's just do Warframe enemy weapon data, and just see what comes up. Enemies data, general ability, seismic shockwave, enemies data doc. Weapon enemies data. What's this one? Here we go. Nope, that's not it. That's all player weapon data. Enemies, blah blah blah. Where did Crow and Stanced go? I know he has the copy of the sheet. I had the copy of the sheet, and I don't know where I put it. Makes me wonder if it's... Oh, I'm being pinged. Let's see. No. Is it in here? Enemy damage. Here it is. So this just has their base damage, but not their IPS spread. I know I have the sheet. Hold on. Okay. Instead of showing my Google on screen to you guys, because I don't know what sort of deviant shenanigans I have in there. Heard my name? Mods, holy shit, that's a really big sheet. No. We need, I need the... There is a Google sheet that is enemy weapon data. And I'm gonna look for it. Enemy health. Theros Warframe calculator. Fuck, I have so many of these. Copy of enemy damage. Here we go. I've got it. I found it. I found the sheet. Okay, here we go. This sheet has the impact percent, the impact values, IPS values for all the different weapons, blah, 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 the different base values. So for, you know, for example, this aerial commander has 4 damage, 3750, 1875, and 3750% are split into the IPS values this way. So you could do some math. You have IPS? I found it. I found it. Thank you, Stanced. So there's some interesting information buried inside of this here. For our purposes, we're going to keep things really simple, and we're going to stick to just the regular heavy gunner, base heavy gunner, which has 8 damage, split into 75%, 1250, 1250. And I'm just going to really quickly grab a quick screenshot of that so I have it on the side while I open the calculator. Where'd my screenshot go? There it is. Oh, my other monitor is off, that's why. So a heavy gunner has a base damage value of 8. Well, I'm just gonna make a folder here. Heavy gunner info. The heavy gunner's weapon is the Gorgon, or a modified version of the Gorgon. We're gonna have a base damage of basically... Oh, not that. Boom, boom. We're gonna make I know this looks a little bit weird, don't worry. 0.75 times 8 plus 0.125 times 8, and we're just gonna copy that and put a big ol' plus. There we go. That's 8 damage. Easy peasy, right? That's all the parts. Now, I'm not gonna label these because I have it here, but it's impact puncture slash. I'm gonna just instead do a note. impact, puncture, slash. And that's just so that I can remember that for later, because that's going to be useful information. We're then going to do another one of these. No, stop it. Let me make a new line. Let me make a new line. And that's going to be the Lancer. We're going to do a similar thing. And we're going to find a Lancer really quickly. Lancer, Lancer, Lancer. Right there. Has 3 damage. 18.75, 18.75, and 62.5. Very interesting stuff going on here. I'm gonna label this actually base damage HG for heavy gunner, and this is gonna be base damage L for Lancer. And it's going to be 0.1875 times 3. This one. Boom, boom. And then 0.625 times 3. Cool. These are our same old. Bro's calculating enemy damage. We're doing a lot. Have you used underframe, Warframe-like build calculator before? I made my own. Warframe calculator. Because other Warframe calculators are not precise, and they're not worth using. In my personal opinion. So, take it with a grain of salt. Alright, the first thing we're going to have to do is we're going to have to figure out if these base damage values are even fucking correct. A level 8 heavy gunner, because that's their base level, should deal 8 damage per shot. It's a little bit tedious to figure out. Minecraft stream went. I've done a couple Minecraft streams. It's a little tedious to figure out because enemies shoot fairly quickly. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to slow the enemies down with something like Gloom, and we're going to use some Overguard to do some testing, and we're going to set our enemy levels really low. So we're going to start with probably this heavy gunner here. And this is just to get some baseline whether or not this shit is correct. So we're not even going to be on Nyx. We're actually going to head out, and I'm going to grab Kalervo with Gloom, I guess, to slow the enemies down. And to give ourselves some Overguard, and then we're just going to pay attention to how much damage we take. Which is tedious. I'm sure there might be a better way to do it, but Overguard is a pretty simple system. It's not affected by armor or other damage reduction, like the shield damage reduction, so long as you don't have abilities active or blah, blah, blah. So we're just going to go on over here, and we're going to fucking put Gloom on this. Let's give ourselves probably some strength for the Gloom slow. We want the enemies to be fairly slow. I don't know, something like this maybe. Maybe even like this. Oh wait, hold on. I can do that because I can put it on the 4th ability. That would be fine. And then we're just going to do a bunch of energy economy stuff. So we're going to do like primed flow. We're going to do like duration oriented stuff like that. And probably that. We're going to do some efficiency mods like that one and that one. And that should be pretty solid. That's probably good enough, right? That's probably a good enough slow. I don't think we need anything else. We're not going to do any aura mods. We don't want any conditionals. We want things to be really straightforward. Helmet. Good old glooming. Glooming all over the place on the Storm of Uko on config C. Nev is the Warframe calculator too, in effect. Not Uncle Touchy. Go away, Uncle Touchy Teshin. I don't want to get touched by you. Alright, back to the ballroom. No glooming during No Nut November, though. Oh, you're so true. Alright, gloom is there. Good range, whatever. We are going to just really quickly pause the AI on these guys, give ourselves a bunch of overguard. Thanks for all this overguard. Alright, cool. 22k overguard. That's nice. We are now going to set everything. Steel path off. We're going to set the base level to 8. We're going to remove all of this except for the regular heavy gunner. It's very important we don't grab the corrupted guys here. We're grabbing the regular guy because this is the map that we grabbed, right? And pause the AI, or unpause the AI, excuse me. We're going to make sure this guy is slowed before we come into contact with him. And then we're going to pay attention to how much damage he takes. So 2284. Let's get hit by 1 bullet, please. Whenever you want, man. Whenever you want. I don't want him to do a slam. I want him to... Well, okay. That's just my fault. Let me back away, speed that up. And do that. Come on, buddy. You can do it. Hit me once. Maybe I shouldn't have done so much strength. Gloom being a little too strong. Oh my fucking god, he's reloading. Come on. Come on, you can fucking hit me. I know. Stationary targets. You can do it. Don't do a slam again. He's going for a melee. No, he's reloading. This is pain. There we go, we got hit once. Okay, 22,268. What was our value before? Chat, somebody go back in the VOD, tell me exactly what it was. We went from 2268 to 2268 to 2252. We took 12 damage? Question mark? $22284. Really? Tested the Xmas bombards. No, we have not. 22284. We took well more than 8 damage. So there's already something to discuss here. Yeah, we're taking well more. There we go. From 3.6 to 20, we're taking 16 damage. We're taking double the damage. Now, this enemy's base level is 8, but that doesn't mean the damage scaler is... So hold on, let's try something. So if the base level is 8 on the unit, should be 1 times damage. But how fucking fascinating would it be if it was instead double for some reason because the enemy's level 8? Is there any way to figure out why this would be happening? Because it's not possible for it to be confused as a base level of 1. The enemy's base level is absolutely 8, but we're taking 16 damage, right? We're taking exactly 16 damage, correct, chat? From 36 to 20 is 16. I'm not crazy. Also, hybrid is good. I'm not crazy. The next hit, we should see 2224 or 222, yeah, 22204. Yeah, 22204. We're taking 16 damage. The enemy's base damage is 8. We're taking 16. There's a variety of reasons this could be happening, but this is a really important baseline to grab. So despite the enemy's base damage being 8, we're taking 16. I'm just going to put in a note here. I'm going to put it here, actually. Despite base damage being 8, we observe 16. Okay, that's just a little note for this guy here. This might be, we don't know for sure, Overguard related. This might be a bug. This might be a simulacrum thing. There's a lot of variables that we don't know off the cuff. So, we're going to step away from that. We're going to grab the Lancer now. And we're going to do the same thing. So the Lancer has a base level of 1. We're going to summon a level 1 Lancer. And we're just gathering data right now. Not Elite Lancer, regular Lancer. This guy. Base level of 1. Casey's from Netherlands. Ah. Lancer is here. And we are just going to do the same dealio. I wasn't paying attention. 92. Oh, 6 damage. 6 damage, right? From 86 to 80? I saw that one. Well, the next number should be 74. Oh, well, it was, and then it was 68, which is, again, 6 damage. 6 damage. So we're taking double damage. We are taking 2x damage. Now, this could be due to Overguard. This could be due to a lot of things. But we are now noticing, instead of saying base damage, we're now noticing that basically enemy damage right now from our observation is doubled. So we're just going to put a note here. Enemy damage appears doubled. Enemy damage appears doubled. That's our note now, because we've now noticed it on those 2 enemies. Could it just be a Grineer thing? Maybe it's not a Corpus thing, only Grineer. I'm not gonna fucking go that far. We're just gonna stick to some simple shit right now. Our next order of business is going to be finding a way to see damage that isn't Overguard. And I think the easiest way to do that is, like I said, with the Sylvan Aegis. So the Sylvan Aegis has an augment mod. This augment mod is Avenging Truth. It absorbs 50% of incoming damage, stored as extra damage for heavy attack. We're just going to go to a naked build. Not like any of these other mods affect it anyways. It's actually not something we have to worry about, but I'm going to do it for consistency's sake. And we're going to grab the Avenging Truth here. God, I love having all polarized. This is very nice, actually. Omniforma moment. And we're just going to see if we block the correct damage. Now I'm going to go back to using Gloom. I should probably really quickly grab energy. And we're just going to try to get hit like once. So we absorb 3 damage per shot. We blocked 3 times, we got 9 damage. Each one of them was 3. And we're absorbing 50% damage. So the enemy is absolutely dealing double damage. Now again, this could be simulacrum related. Because we absorbed 9 damage from 3 shots. We should have absorbed 50% of that, which would have been... It would have shown 5 because it would have been 4.5. Each shot dealing 3 damage. That's the expected damage the enemy is supposed to be dealing total. So for 50%, we're getting double, right? So enemies are dealing double damage. God knows why enemies are dealing double damage. I actually do not know. Straight up, it could be a million different things. That's problem number 1. It might, keyword might, have something to do with this damage multi, maybe having a baseline number. Maybe it has to do with simulacrum. Try testing on Earth. It's going to be a bit harder to test on Earth. It's going to be a little bit more difficult, but we're going to go for it. The thing is, heavy gunners don't spawn until level 8. Double damage soak song PTSD. So we'll be able to at least confirm with a Lancer. Before we get into the mission, I'm going to do myself a favor and give myself preparation. And take off some of the strength. I don't need this much strength, I don't think. Or maybe this one I can take off, and I can leave the other one. Let's grab precision back. We'll do that, and that way I can fit preparation. Preparation. 8 capacity. Look at that, see? That's why I have both of these not max rank. And I can walk in there with most of my energy and be fine. God, I love myself. I'm so smart. No companions, no nothing. We're going to try to get a level 1 Lancer, which should be able to be done there. We're on invite only. We'll go solo. Wait, hang on. These are Frontier Lancers. Hold on. Are these Frontier Lancers or regular Lancers? These are Frontiers, right? Yeah, these are Frontiers. I need regular Lancers. Mercury should have regular Lancers, I believe. This should be regular. But it goes to 6 to 8. Problem noted. These enemies are not Frontier, because these enemies are on the ship tile. Okay, chat, here's a cool thing you can do. What level is this? It's level 3 to 6. Damn it. Fuck. Never mind. I was going to say you can pay attention to this, but this level 3 to 6. I mean, we could just also account for that in the level scaler, and that could be a way to test, but it's an extra variable I don't want to introduce. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to check the Frontier Lancer versus the regular Lancer. So, Lancer is here. Where's Frontier? Oh my god, I can't type. Frontier. Helion Frontier. Gunner Frontier. Eviscerator. Elite Lancer Frontier. Oh. Wait, so the regular Lancer doesn't have a Frontier variant? Or it's just not listed here? This is really interesting. They for sure have a variant, it's just not listed? Let's fucking find out, dude. Let's find out. We're gonna be doing so. This is getting interesting. Because I feel like I've seen regular Lancers on Earth, but they might have been elites. Oh my good god. I don't know how that happened. Frontier Lancers. They do have Frontier Lancers, so they're just not listed. This is also a level 2 Lancer, so it's not what we want. Hello. Would you like to shoot my melee weapon? 3 damage. Also double damage. 6 damage. We can assume that Frontier Lancers are the same as regular Lancers, because all the other Lancers are also the same. At the very least, it would be the same damage value, if not the same IPS value, because all the other regular Lancers have the same base damage value, yeah? Let's just search the word Lancer. And it's, yeah, 3, 3, 3. The only one that's different is the Kuva, the Night Watch, and the Tusk. Which, this is Earth, Kuva, Night Watch. So these are all kind of specialty Lancers. These are normal Lancers, right? So we can assume that the Frontier Lancers also probably this exact same weapon. We could even go as far as to assume it's the same IPS, if we really wanted to be generous. And I kind of do, because that makes a lot of sense that this enemy would be copy-pasted for these early factions. These are the earliest iterations of the Lancer, right? So that does make the most sense. And we can see it's 3 damage a pop per shot that we're blocking, which is then indicative of double damage. So off the cuff, we've got some interesting information. We are taking double damage. Why are we taking double damage? Something worth noting, actually, is we can really quickly see via this here. We're going to grab our damage multi. We're going to do scaled L damage, which is Lancer damage, is going to equal our base damage Lancer times just our straight up damage multi. And really quickly, if we change the current level, I'm going to zoom out just a little. No, I'm just going to do this and then do that. If we change the current level, when does this become... Let's see. All the way up to level 5, this would theoretically round down to 3. Rounding is causing that. Other than that, I have no idea. Absolutely not. Here's where things get really fucked. We have no reference for how enemy damage is quantized if it is. We can operate under the assumption it's at least similar to base quantization, which, even if you're approximating for that, would not account for basically 2x damage, whole value difference. So if we really quickly go into here, let's do some back of the napkin paper math real quick. This is 0.5625 base impact, which is definitely a value that you wouldn't see normally. Nope, not that. 1.875. This still rounds out to these exact values, actually, because quantization is so precise it accounts for all of this. So these values actually stay the exact same. There is no change IPS. There is no change in damage that would even... Quantization, even if it was... if we set our quantum to 16... That doesn't even change anything. It's just not... It's not significant enough of a change for it to work that way. Okay, why are we taking double damage then? What is the list of possible reasons that this could be happening? The list of possible reasons this could be happening is this 1+ being in the wrong spot, causing an additional 1 to exist. But I'm having trouble kind of agreeing with that. For example, this could happen if something like this was happening. But I mean, that doesn't seem reasonable. It could also be something of this nature. It could be something like this, which maybe could cause issues somehow. If, say, it was 1 plus this minus 1. Does this cause issues? It doesn't. This also doesn't make too much sense. What could be happening here? What could be happening to cause this? Double damage on the overguard and on block? Yes, it was. The last thing we can do to test is shield damage. Shield also has a flat 50% reduction. So if, when we take shield damage, I'm just going to grab fucking Volt. When we take shield damage at this level 1 territory, if that damage is 3 damage per shot, then we just have the value. Like, we can also try maybe with mag 2 with low power strength, and we can test it that way. But let's just check our shields and see if we take 3 damage when we're shot. And if we take 3 damage, then we know it's double damage, because that has a 50% damage reduction. Overguard is taking 6 damage. Our Sylvan Aegis has a... our Sylvan Aegis has... From 5 to 2, right? From 55 to 2. Yeah, 3 damage at a time. It's a little hard to see, but you can see it. It's 3 damage at a time. So, at least at level 1, enemies deal double damage. Double their base damage. Okay. Really interesting stuff going on here. What are the chances that Frontier Lancers just have double damage? None, because the regular Lancers in Simulacrum are also dealing double their base damage. There's a couple of possibilities here, which is that these base damage values that we have are just outdated and wrong. That could be the issue here. There could be an internal 2x multiplier on the base damage of the enemies. Something they added under the hood for low-level mobs. Could be that. There's a lot of different things this could be. So, for example, let's say the base damage, which I have listed as this, is... I have it like this because this is the IPS weight. Let's change these into values. Or let's say the scaling, the damage scaler looks like this. We can just put this in a set of parentheses, and in another set of parentheses here, we'll do test on level 100 enemies to double confirm. That's what we're going to do. The reason we did this is to get a baseline for the amount of damage the enemies are dealing to us in the first place. The fact that we don't have a consistent baseline means that we need to gather more data, which makes things complicated. So we're going to test not on level 100, we're going to test level 25, see if scaling happens, and see if we can reverse engineer from there. A theory that I'm going to have right now is maybe something like this times, let's do let's make a switch function. Base level. Oh, it's just the word base. I did this wrong as well. This variable's incorrect. This is what I get for comma 0. There we go. So, stick with me here. I'm just checking something to see if this does what I think it does. Nope, I need to do it the other way around. Min, and then this would be no, it is max. I'm super dumb. And then this is right what I did the first time, right? I'm so stupid. Fucking... Wait, what? Hold on. What's wrong with my switch here? This should be max. Not max, it should be should be max. This should be 0. No. This should be 1. But if I do this, shouldn't this go negative? Why does this go positive? Oh, because of the fucking regular scalar. Right, of course. Of course, I'm so stupid. So this should then be... Right, and then we will do... I'm so stupid, of course. And then we're going to put this entire thing in a floor. Like that. Maybe not this entire thing, just this part in a floor. I'm so stupid. I was like sitting here like, why isn't it working? And it's fucking working exactly the way I think it should. I'm just stupid. Like that. There we go. And that is what you would expect. I should have made a duplicate of this because I'm a fuckwit. Don't do that. Copy this. Put this down here. Remove this section. We get this amount. We get this to compare it to. This would be kind of the general idea of things, right? Where that at some point... Yeah, this happens. And it's just off by a couple, but never by more than that. Yeah, okay. God, I don't know why this was so hard for me to fucking... It's because I wasn't seeing the numbers I was expecting, but this is working perfectly fine, and I'm just dumb. Just joined to watch while trading. What is bro cooking? Something to do with enemies' base scaling, like how enemies can spawn at lower level than their base scaling, but the base starts at a higher level. No, actually. You can only do that when you force spawn them. And TLDR, I like where your head is at. Good idea. I like where your brain is thinking. Your brain is thinking, and I'm good job. But no, not quite. Okay. Chat. This switch, TLDR, that I've made here, this thing here, this is a switch. What this switch does is it basically says, for now, right, base damage is here, times the base damage scaling multiplier. We're going to add base damage based on a certain level threshold that we haven't determined yet. So, the TLDR here is the idea being that, like, maybe, somebody said it maybe has something to do with, like, low-level enemies. This might just be, like, adding a little bit more to their base damage for a certain amount of levels, and then it turns off at some point. So as it is currently, I have this set up so that it only adds for the first ever level, right? I have it set up so it only does that for the first ever level. If something else changes, we'd have to put some parentheses in and do some weird shit and find out together. The TLDR is that this gives us our 6 damage. And in order to observe a difference, we would need to get them to level 6 to see if we would get 7 damage or what. So, now that we have our kind of our baseline for stuff being incorrect, let's go ahead and head back to the ballroom. Let's spawn in a level 6 Lancer with Overguard, and let's see if we observe 14 damage, which should be double what we would expect, right? Because we're taking double damage for some reason. Add to the title, Bricked Up RN. I'm good, bro. This is some fucking high-level thinking, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. Level 6, right? That's when we see the damage stump. That's when we see the jump. We should see 7 damage, which turns into 14. And if we don't, then something has gone horribly wrong. If we see Not that. Things are gonna get real fucky real fast while we figure some shit out. Level 6. I need Overguard first. Hold on. I need to spawn like a bunch of Lancers and AI off and level up so they don't die. Okay. Said a few months ago, looking into to major in. You got the University of Phoenix today. This is peak timeline. Nice. Good job. Congratulations. I'm sorry for your loss of thousands of dollars and a lot of brain cells. College will make you realize that the world is a really, really stupid place. Okay, we are paying attention. Pay close attention, chat. 12,400. I'm even gonna fucking write it in chat so I don't forget it. We are looking to see if the damage difference is 14. 393. That is 7. Wait, that's 7. Sorry, not 14. Sorry, it should be 7. Yes. God, I'm fucking stupid. It wouldn't be doubled again. It'd only be doubled the one time. It's 7. This should then go down. Yup, to 6. And then from there to 9. Yup. It is in fact 7. 7, what the fuck? Not what the fuck, because this here, we predicted 7. 6.5 rounds up to 7, not down. We predicted that. And it'll be the same until enemy level 10. It'll also still be 7 damage. Not 14. I don't know why I said 14. This is the doubled version. This is the initial version. So this here, this is where things get important. Because 4 doubled would be 8. But we should see 7 at level 10. So this is going to be really important to determine whether or not we're expecting double or whether we're expecting this formula that I've concocted. So this is actually really important. This is why science is so important to take incrementally. We are going to get shot here, and if we see a difference of 8 damage, then we can assume that it's just a straight 2x multi. If we see a difference of 7 damage, then we can assume that it's this formula here, where there's some base damage added for the lowest level enemies that are, I guess, just for the sake of, like, keeping it, you know, whatever. So, we now have our switch function here that determines that we're now going to check if it's 7 damage or 8 damage. This is going to be a big moment, ladies and gentlemen. JDs and Lentelman. 12,372. Minus 8 is gonna be 6,6, right? Yeah. So minus 8 is gonna just equal blah 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 6,6. 12,372 minus 7 would be 6,7. No, 6,5. 6,5. We're looking for a difference of 1 damage here, chat. 6 or 7. 6 or 7 damage. I didn't change the level. Ah, don't shoot me. Don't hit me. Alright, he didn't hit me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. Enemy level 10. This is a very important moment. Do we see 7 damage or 8 damage? Hiya. I'm kind of hoping for 7. We see 6-3. We see 6-3. We see neither of those. we see 9 damage. 4.35 times 2. Oh, wait, no. Sorry. 4.35 times 2 is 8.7. That's 9. Okay, so it's just straight up double damage. It's not this system. I'm dumb. I forgot about the decimal. That is double damage. Like, as in multiplier double damage. The enemy is dealing 2x damage. Because the 0.35 also gets multiplied to be 0.7. So it'd be 4.7, or 8.7, which rounds up to 9. So this here should be 9 damage whenever he shoots me. Why are you fucking reloading so frequently, man? Oh, there it is, 9 damage. It's like 9. Yeah, it's 8.7, so it's 9. Yeah. 8.35. Yep. It is double damage, and it's not my cool system that I made. This doesn't happen. There is instead just this. Okay. Sure. Why not? Fuck it. There's just a 2x damage multiplier. Now, the real question is, can I do this and have it still be correct? I cannot. It has to be here. Now, it can be there. It can also technically be here. Not like that, though. It can also be there. And this could be something like this. And it wouldn't make a mathematical difference in this aspect, but it changes what we're saying. Huh. Our brains are thinking, chat. We now need to think, why would we be dealing, or getting, sorry, double damage? Answer 1. This chart is outdated. Very likely. This is probably missing a bunch of enemies. In fact, I know it is. It only has Grineer and Corpus, doesn't even have infested enemies. So this is missing a lot of information. Something that's really interesting about this discovery is that it doesn't necessarily change anything about Warframe in the grand scheme of things, because we've been playing with double damage for so long. if they remove the double damage on every enemy, that sort of solves enemy damage being too high after a certain level. Not necessarily, Ammo. I kind of think that the double... Like, think about it like this. The game currently, as far as our health values, are balanced around the enemies dealing 2x their base damage. What I find really interesting is that their base damage is multiplied by 2 at all. I'm trying to figure out why. Because this doesn't change things gameplay-wise. It doesn't change, like our understanding of the game or, like, the functionality of stuff. It just changes our understanding of it. We have a new context. That's fascinating. No wonder these enemies are so strong. Fascinating. This guy has an impact bias despite having a higher puncture weight. Guardian armor? No, not that recent. We would have noticed. The player base would have noticed. Because I noticed something similar to this when I was testing Sylva and Aegis before. I was having a lot of trouble figuring out why my damage was what it was, and I just abandoned it because I was like, oh, we take more damage from certain attacks. But that's because I was testing against the Infested. Some of the Infested and the Butchers deal 3x damage, others deal the proper 50%, excuse me. And then others were 1x. But that's because I was testing a bunch of melee units. I think melee units have innate stance mods, which kind of leads to that issue. This, on the other hand, is a pretty plain and simple case of these Grenadier enemies, Lancers and Heavy Gunners, deal 2x damage. It would be a bit annoying to test Seekers because they have shotguns, which means they have pellets. But it wouldn't be too surprising to learn that they also deal 2x their listed damage. Now that we know that, we have a lot of variables to think about here. Because remember, we're going to be using Nyx. So think of Nyx for a moment. Nyx's damage multiplier could go here. It could go here. It could go here after both of these. It could go here. Right? Nyx's damage multiplier and where it exists, if it's additive with this, if it's multiplicative with X, if it's this, that, the other, then, right, there's a lot of things here. There's a lot of places that could be. It could be here, which is the same as being here, but not quite. There's a lot of really fucked places this can be. And keep in mind, it could even be here, and it could happen during fucking this step, dude. Is that 2x to the player or the summon 2? There's not really a way to test that because the summons use our weapons. So we would need, like, I guess we could test... How would I test this? It would need to be an unleveled crewmate that has no points in gunnery, accounting for the fact that it still has a base summon multiplier. Or a Spectre that summons at level 1. Which is a real pain in the butt, to put it simply. I just had a really funny thought. You can't be asked at this point. You hate Warframe math. I'm fascinated by this. I had a really funny thought, Amelistic. Do you want to hear it? What if, in DE's infinite wisdom, I know this isn't the case, I know this isn't how it worked, but it's just a really, really funny... Like, obviously it's not how it works, so it wouldn't make sense, but it is really funny. What if, instead of actually making the quantum 16-bit, they instead just made it 16 times 2, and when they made it times 2, they multiplied the damage values. Obviously, that's not how it works, but that's really funny as a concept. Like, just make it 32. Obviously, that's not how it works. This is a fundamental restructuring of damage math, but it's such a funny thought. Like my brain immediately thought of that. That's so funny. Oh fuck, quit doing that, Nev. Just put the quantization in the bag, yo, for real. Hold on. See if my boss is still tweaking. Two to the power 16, 32 bits to the power 32. I know. That's the joke. That's why it's so funny to me. My poor fucking boss. My poor fucking boss, dude. He's trying to figure out which one of us. It's so okay. At work, we have like random shit that we don't have like a lot of stock of that we sell, right? Some of it's expensive, some of it's not, right? So like for example, like I sold a Blanton's the other day, and I forgot to tell him that I sold a Blanton's, which is it's a mid-range, like a $150 whiskey, right? It's mid-range, right? And for whiskey, that's pretty pricey. Blanton's whiskey is like $150. You can get a good whiskey, but I sold that. I forgot to tell him. It's not a big deal. It's just just needs to know that it's sold so he knows to restock it. We have like one bottle of this honey scotch. I don't remember the name of it. But we had it on like the front counter, and we it got sold at some point, and neither me nor the other cashier can remember which one of us fucking sold it. There's only two cashiers, two possible people that could have fucking sold the damn thing, and neither of us can remember who did it. And so we're like, oh fuck, I don't know if I sold it like 3 days ago. I don't know if he sold it, and I just remember I didn't see it at all yesterday. So it has to have been like, but like neither of us can fucking remember. So it's like, I don't know, dude. So he texted me this morning. I woke up and he texted me like, hey, did you sell this fucking whiskey? And I'm like, dude, fuck, you're asking the wrong guy. Shit. I have no idea. So that's funny. And I was just texting my boss to ask if he figured it out, and he's like, yeah, Danny doesn't remember, you don't remember. I don't fucking know. It's like, oopsie doodles, brother. Sorry, boss man. Anyways, oh, my fucking, I have like whatever. Okay. My situation's critical. Nev does too much math and he's got dementia, bro. I got a good chance of having fucking dementia, brother. I have a real good chance of having dementia. I really do. Fuck. Okay. Nick seizes control, mind control target. There's a 750% initial damage bonus. We kind of figured out how the scaling works. There's a 2x damage. If you do too much math, you get a degree, which might be worth... You know what's funny? Paramnesia? I'm getting a math degree in college right now. I just discussed my academics with my fucking counselor as well the other day. Apparently, my counselor got some message about me in the academic dean's office because apparently I'm overperforming by a lot. And so, because I'm, like, at a level higher than what I'm actually taking, applied math, yeah. Applied math. And then, I'm going to be ending up taking a lot of psychology, for education, because I want to be a math teacher. So, I'm going to have a lot of minor study in like adolescent psychology and fucking whatever, blah blah blah, which is cool. Kind of advanced topic. The psych is, in my opinion, a lot more nuanced and advanced than the math shit. Because applied mathematics is just like, hey, do you know how to like make numbers do things? All right, cool. Not really. Mathematics is a language, but okay. The math and psych, you could pioneer the next wave of predatory microtransactions. Yeah, that's a fucking idea. All right. Now that we know that the enemies deal some amount of damage like that, I'm suddenly really curious about something. Wait a second. I'm suddenly fucking floored with curiosity about this. Whoa! These guys unmultiplied! This guy deals 1x damage. Whoa! See this? And look, they deal the same damage to each other as well. Maybe. How long do you live? You've only got a couple more seconds of life. Surely this doesn't... They do like the same damage to each other, hey? So look, Cyanoid Heliocore makes a clone. This is my clone. I can't tell how much damage he's taking, but if we look at it... Come on, don't hide from each other. I need you guys to keep shooting each other optimally. So he does 4 damage. This guy takes more damage, though. Look! He absolutely does double damage. So it's an enemy damage multiplier. Wait. Okay, this is really important. This is really important because it means that the damage multiplier has to be coming from this damage scaler. So it can't be here on the base damage. It's not a part of base damage. It just can't be. I fucking deleted my... What? Where did I... What? Where did my damage thing go? Oh, it's just here. Okay, I see. So, what that means is it has to be something like this. And this is specifically enemy scaling. So what this actually tells me is that we have another conditional here. Is enemy. And is enemy is a conditional switch. Right? This needs to be 1 plus is enemy. There we go. No, sorry. -1. Fuck, hang on. How am I doing this? I need to make a switch. I don't know why this is so hard to make a switch. It's, this needs to go here, that's why. There we go, like that. Fucking forgot how to make a switch. This still isn't correct. How? What am I struggling with here? Parentheses like that. No, dude, I'm so fucking dumb. This needs to be outside of brackets like this. 1 plus that. Hold on, what am I doing? Is enemy +1? Yeah, actually, that's a much easier way to do it. I don't know why I'm trying to include the multiplier, like a dipshit. Yup, you are correct. That's way easier to do it. I don't know why I was fucking struggling with that so bad. That is way fucking easier. Duh, thank you. I don't know why I was struggling with that so much in my cranium. Sometimes I do that. Sometimes I overthink. Considering armor, that could honestly be the same, though? No, because an armor of a level 1 unit, Amulistic, is basically fucking, it's capped, isn't it? So enemy base armor of that value. The enemy current level is 1. Sorry, the base level is also 1. You're capped to 250, which is non-steel path. There we go, capped to 200. Wait a fucking minute. Armored health damage, 4 point... Oh! Hold on. I need these values times the 10 scaling. Hold on. I need these values times the 4.35. I'm gonna take this, and this is gonna get real fucking messy real quick. So just keep your pantaloons on, ladies and gentlemen. That plus this one instead. This is gonna get a little bit ugly. Boom, boom, bam, bida beep bop bida bow. Something really interesting going on here. Something really, really fascinating. Hold on. So these enemies are level 10, right? These enemies are level 10. When I conk this guy and make a clone, he spawns as level 10. But notice that he's only dealing 4 damage. So he's dealing 4 damage. I have no idea how much damage this guy is taking. But if I had to guess, I would guess that this is based off the base level of the enemy and not affected by level scaling. And I think we could see that if I change the scaling to level 30. I think that enemy would deal the same damage. I think it would still be 4, and I'm going to find out. I'm going to wait for the clone to die, and then I'm just going to kill this guy with a regular attack. I'm really curious about this. Hold on. So, if I do level 30, I need a second one. Lamau. Oh, fuck. Well, slam radius moment. Do you still deal 4 damage? You deal 5 damage at level 30. With a crit chance, so you just did an 8. But look at how much more damage he takes. That's at least the difference of double, right? If we just had to eyeball it. So what damage would you be dealing at level 30? $11. Sorry, you would be dealing 22. But instead of dealing 22 damage, he's dealing 8. What's happening here? What's going on? Things are getting messy. Instead of dealing 22 damage, our summon is dealing 8. This guy should be dealing 22.6, so 27 damage. 27 damage, and instead of dealing 27 damage, dealing 8. And I bet if I just did this real quick, I'd see 24... Oh, fuck, it's a little hard to see. 8, 4... Jesus, fuck, it's actually really hard to tell. 72... Oh my god. It's actually so hard to fucking tell. 74 to 60. That's 24. 32... Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Fuck you. I don't know why I'm even trying to do this without gloom. Calervo. Thank god for Calervo. Hey, buddy. You really being annoying, you know that? One bullet, please. Why do you reload so frequently? 17 to 3? Right? From 3 to 89? 89 to 75. From 89 to 75. That's 14. What? Level 30 enemy. It's in between these two values. It's no longer 2x. 14. All are 14. Yeah, that's in between both of these values. Level 30. This is wrong. This has to be outdated. Level 30 enemy, 14 damage. This is incorrect. Something's wrong with this. They changed this. I need to ask Froggo. This is something that I don't think I can figure out. In the lowest levels, the damage seems doubled. And then at some point, the scaling seems to taper off. Which to me indicates either these base values, probably these base values are incorrect and this scaling is different. So it might very well be, you know, this base damage times 2 that I have listed. So instead of this being 3, it'd be 6, whatever. And then this scalar is completely different. On a completely different curve. This could be something like this, for example. And then fucking this just like times 2, you know, or something weird like that. Maybe this is like this. I don't even fucking know. I really don't know. There's a million and one places this could be. I have no idea how to crack this apart. But 14 damage. The formula could honestly be base times 2x scaling multi. Yes. But the scaling multi has to be different. Has to be. There's no way it's the same. Enemies are dealing double their listed base damage. The scalar has been altered. What? Oh. Thanks, Bernard. Wait, what are these little tips? This is so wholesome. Type that. Oh, interesting. Hey, I do this. Wait. Oh, that's cool. You can make a folder. Little notes. You're doing great. Thanks, Desmos. I needed that. Look at the little note here. You're doing great. Thanks, Desmos. Fuck, dude. What? how do we go about this then? This has to be incorrect. Since this has to be incorrect, how do we account for this? How extreme would it be if I did this? Very. So what if it was like this? I can just change numbers around randomly forever and not get anywhere, because I have no idea how to reverse engineer what the scaling... Well, I have an idea on how to do it, but it'd be a major pain in the ass. Reverse engineering this formula would be fucking time-consuming. How do I reverse engineer this formula? I take the list of damage values that I know. I'd have to account for some kind of rounding. It wouldn't be something like this, would it? Hold on. Hold on. It wouldn't be... This is basic. I need advanced. I need advanced... This here. I'm just gonna take this skeleton. Okay, we're gonna change a lot of this information out. It wouldn't be... something like this, which then causes I just, you know, we're just doing some shit here. That, maybe minus that. No, it still basically comes out to that. You think you found it, Ammo? See Discord? Ah, interesting. So instead of this, if the value was just that, whoa, wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. Animalistic, wait a minute. You're so intelligent. Yeah, you're so intelligent. Holy shit, dude. That makes things really interesting. How did that happen? Stop. What have I done here? That's what I've done here. Got it. That's fascinating. Wait, that would also explain why we're seeing double damage, right? Because this becomes 6. That explains all of these numbers. Because we saw what? What at level 10? Or level 10 we saw... At level 10 we saw 9 damage, though. That doesn't line up with this. Because at level 10 we saw 9, right? We didn't see 7? That was a big issue. Hi, Crow. I like where your head is at. Are Grimoire mods supposed to apply to squad? I mean, that depends on which ones. So some of them have effects that are for squad, some of them do not. So this one, no, because it's an invocation, but the canticles do apply to squad. So canticles, yes, invocations, no. If that makes sense, which it should. Because at level 10, we saw 9 damage, right? I'm just going to check really quickly. $52. Yeah, yep, 9 damage, 9 damage, 9 damage every time. 9 damage. Yeah. Vulm was applying to Stanced. Lovely. And we were getting 8.7, yeah. So, not quite this. This is maybe a step in the right direction. You know what could be happening here? Hold on. Let's grab this again. I shouldn't have deleted this. I should have just left it. This right here. This here. This, no. I need round. And, oh shit. Like that. Which would then change this. I need to make another one of these. Again. Still doesn't work because that's only 8, even if we tried that. And I don't think that this would work either. Nope. You're nixing all over, you're nixing all over. This is so frustrating. Wait. Nope. Still Nyx math? Yes. But there's a bigger problem at hand, Ifta. Bigger problem being that enemy damage is not correct with the given information that we have. So the current information that we have is the damage formula looks like this for the enemy damage multiplier. And that the enemy damage values, which are these ones here, there's 2 issues. 1, their base damage is 2x higher than it should be. 2, the scaling doesn't line up with this right here. So we have problems. And it's really hard figuring out where the problems are. Because enemy damage is doubled and also not following this scalar. Now, it's doubled off the base. We tested in and out of sim. We tested with multiple health types and weapon types, so we know it's doubled these listed values. So, enemy damage is 2x, whatever is in here. That's fine. Doesn't really make too much of a difference. What makes a difference is this damage multi. There is no number that works. And the only thing that we have, like if we did this to, it just doesn't. They changed the formula on the rework. Aren't 90% of the formulas on the wiki from eons ago? Yes and no. So when they changed scaling for the enemy health, all of the charts got updated. So if we go to enemy level scaling, which, fuck this tab. And, oh my god, I can't type. Enemy level scaling. So all of these formulas got changed. So these are all different now, and these are all updated. Everything is correct here. I've tested these. I've gone over and Froggo's tested these. These are all peer-reviewed and proofread. These are all correct. Enemy armor scaling, blah, blah, blah. Yada, yada. What's really fucking with me, I have two scalars that have never worked the way that people said they do, that I've ever tested. The affinity formula, I've never gotten a correct number. Base level's not subtracted. The base affinity is rounded down to the whole number. Interesting. I've never gotten anywhere close to this for affinity scaling. And I've never gotten damage numbers that are like this currently. Did a lot of math on Overguard. Here's the result. Okay, that's enemy Overguard scaling. Spreadsheet by One-chan. This is Demolisher stuff. Module Giga Test. I can't read this shit. I'm like checking the references, dude. That's where we're getting to this point. Archived. What is this one? Please don't scroll past this. Click. Archive. Gotcha. It's just that again. Okay. Interactive calculator for most value multipliers. Reflective kill rate, main. Armor, health, shield, effective health, reflective kill rate. Damage. Fascinating. This feels like it's gotta be outdated. Fascinating. Cool. Test on an enemy level 100. See if the previous thing we had is now right. D has a tendency to suddenly change scaling formula after certain enemy level. Yeah, we just don't have enough data to go off of. I'm going to try a level 50 and see what happens there. Enemy level 50. What are we expecting? We have a lot of different things going on. 44, 50. We have a lot of random shit kind of everywhere. This doesn't need to be expanded right now. We're just gonna have to see here, I guess. At least as level goes up, enemy accuracy increases. We go from 48 to... what? Come on. 48 to 24. We're going down in increments of 24, from 24 to 0. I'm fucking reloading again, you piece of shit. 20, from 0 to 76, so it's 24 over and over. 24 doesn't work with this one, doesn't work with this one. It's closer to this one. Oh, what the fuck? What is this? What? 24 is closer to no modification at all. In fact, it's this one. Except not really. This is 25, so not quite. Was I fucking right? Hold on. Was I right before when I made that fucking thing? When I made this... what the fuck was it? It was, max... No. Min... Floor... 1... Base minus... current. Sorry, it is that. No, that's still too high. Unless... What? How do I... Dude, fucking... What? It just doesn't work at this level. It just doesn't work at any level. It just doesn't work. You have a wild idea. I think I need food before I crack this. I don't think I can do this on an empty stomach. Instead of 1.55, it's 2.3. $10 damage at level 10. Still 3 damage at level 1, but we can implement my this system here for that. With a switch. I can turn this into a switch. So for now, I'm just gonna turn it off at that level. Level 30 is 106. Doesn't work. Level 50, 350. Doesn't work. Does not work. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Also doesn't account for level 1, so doesn't work. It has to be closer to... That's the way I want. Shit. Don't do that to my fucking precious Jesus Christ. I got the fucking heebie-jeebies doing that. God, fuck. You know what I'm realizing, dude? I'm a fucking monster. I'm thinking the system will look something like this. This is where it has to be something like this. I had to look at this a little bit to remember exactly what I did, because I had to... This is a really fun one to work on, actually. This was fun. You put the video on my phone. Bump, 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 bump. Bump, 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 bump. Bump, bump, bump. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, da, da, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Why are you like this? Oh, okay, whatever. It just... Okay. We'll do this. That. Let's just make life really easy for us. Let's just say it's function like that. We have... Which... Funnest is where you're gonna head out. Rip monthly subscription. Oof. Poor Oof XD. Oof XD. Goodbye, Oof. Okay. How the fuck did that happen? Oh, MS Paint. Piece of shit software. No wonder we got dementia, bro. This shit's driving people crazy. It's definitely something. piss me off. I scared Onq off with the math. Listen, listen. This goes beyond math. This goes into something's not correct, functionally, and my brain is trying to compartmentalize what's happening to see if I can get. The fuck is it's the way my brain is visualizing the way this is functioning, but this isn't super likely. Your brain is doing something, so numbers are 1 and which ones aren't. Mind map type shit. Terrible at reading maps. Just vibing to the Geozor at this point. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, yeah. This hurts me. Whatever. You got Wendy's? Damn, that sounds good as fuck. Fuck. There we go. That's much better. What's the standard deviation of your insanity? Yes. Can we get a curve? Yeah, the insanity curve for Nev looks like this. Alright, and this is, you know, interest in a given topic. And then something like that. That's the insanity curve. So what are we working on at the moment? I'm visualizing with a map to kind of give myself a skeleton to work on. I think this doesn't exist. I think this instead happens here. Something like that. It's not how you do cursive. Yes, it is. EXYL. Pirate Nev. Skeleton for what? Excel. Oh, the song. Took me a second. It's complicated. The way my brain is, okay. Okay. I'm visualizing what I think is happening with the tree responsible for... I don't think this happens because none of these numbers make sense. It doesn't make sense anyways. I think this happens there, which then means that this is the target issue right here. In order to get this... So the way this works is like, if we imagine like this, it doesn't go like this. It goes like that, which is in line with the other stuff because the other stuff is meant to be like that. It has this shape in the beginning and then like that, as opposed to this. Sorry, hold on. As opposed to that shape. So it's like this. this is what we have for other stuff, and what we have is this. And so the only way that really works, if we visualize it like this, and then this actually starts here instead of at this value, because DE is dumb. This gives us this problem, which the curvature of this doesn't really make... This particular section gives me trouble. It gives me pause because this looks like this, which is logarithmic, and this is this, which is exponent, which basically these two things are inverse. So this transition here would be a linear transition, which is a smooth step from this point to this point, smoothly transitioning from these two functions. Consider damage type weakness. For overguard, question mark? Tenno shields and Tenno health don't have damage type weakness anyways. They're completely neutral. It doesn't dip crow, it just grows at a different rate. So like this rate here is kind of logarithmic, right? But that still doesn't work because it actually needs to go like this. But then it's like that. It's okay. So what the way this is kind of working right now is like, that's not really what I wanted to show. It's like against the enemy when you test it with the Helio core. I did account for it in this, but the numbers still didn't line up perfectly with our expected values. But I did account for it because it's here. Did you just inhaled a burger? What a good idea. Inhale a burger too. Truing. Right? Base level shit. Base level shit. Base level shit. Super basic shit. Base level shit. Whatever. What I'm really confused about then... This is your brain. My brain is an enigma. This is your brain on drugs. I don't think drugs do this to people. I think only math could do this to people. Cooking an egg like a psychopath? Your math has feet. You went to go eat, what happened? I sure don't know the video, bro. It looks like a magic scroll where they smash a kitchen while cooking eggs. Oh, you mean How To Basic? I know How To Basic, Crow. I know, How To Basic is a fucking internet classic. What your brain on drugs is like. I just don't know what you mean when you say my math has feet. It's not a statement I'm used to internalizing. Did I reverse engineer? No, I thought about it really fucking hard for a little bit though. What is the difference between these steps? And we'll find the difference between our observed values as well. So hold on. So Warframe players like it when their math gets horny. I like when my math doesn't bite me. I've got Reddit notifications again. My sins can wait. I just don't need to watch this. Okay. So let's go back to data collection more than anything. Let's just straight up go back to data collection. Grab a range of values, every level, and start chunking away. We know that this one is 6 because 50% of the value is 3. And that's 3. Okay. We also know that level 2 shouldn't have a difference. In fact, we shouldn't observe a difference until level 6, but let's check anyways, actually. So we're gonna do level 2 through 5, and 2 through 5 we shouldn't see a difference. So let's do level 5 and see if we observe a difference. Let's launch that out. We do see a difference. That's not 3. Can I release the heavy attack? It won't let me release the damage absorbed. I have to kill this guy. Sorry, guy. I tried to release my inner beast. 4. So we see a damage value of... Wait, what? 8. Yep. Oh, hold on. Not that level. Hold on. We didn't test 2. We went to, what, 4? And we got 8. Let's test 2 and 3 and see what happens here. Oh, that was level 5. Fuck me. I can't even keep my shit together. Let's test level 2. I need to heavy attack. Sorry, buddy. It's nice knowing you. Three. So we still see 6 at this level. Because, again, 50%. Level 3. Still 6. What the fuck? Level 4. Oh, I should probably heavy attack and lose that just in case. Math feat seems to be peak as fuck. Surrealism for artwork. I'm glad you enjoy math feat. Ammo. Shit. We got hit twice and we got 9. That's 4.5, right? So that should be 5. We should see it in the number. That we got hit twice and we got 6. What? Did we get hit 3 times and I just didn't notice? 4 was 12. 1 is 3. It's still 6. I guess we just got hit 3 times and I didn't notice. So 5 changes to 8. Let's try 6. Also 8. This is going to be a process. Eight as well. Wait, how did that... Nope, that makes sense. Yep. Double everything. Bah! I really should use a spreadsheet, but whatever. That's 5 now. You don't have enough red shards to feed Zephyrs? It's Omar week. You can do the Argon hunt. 5 now. So 10. Is that level 9 or 8? Am I stupid? That's level 9. At level 9, they deal 10. You need like 20 Tau red shards? Have you tried not needing so many shards? Zephyrs are hungry. Pull them off of other frames. Okay. Shit, I mean to do that. If you do that, then your builds are fucked. Then grind shards. The shard gate is real. Huh. Shit. I did not want to get hit so many times. Cuckold bastard. Okay. You thought you got past being poor? That's what you get for thinking. Amelistic, are you noticing this? We haven't had an increase in damage in a lot of levels. It's still 6, which again is 12. Look at that. The damage hasn't changed for a huge chunk of levels. Shit. You. Oh, guy didn't die. There is a change in damage formula. I agree. There we go, finally. 14 damage at level 27. So... Look at that. Look at that difference. It starts out changing every 4. From 6 to 8. Then from 8 to 10. And then from 10 to 12. And then 12 just stays from 13 to 27. So for double the levels, 26 to 13 is the same damage. If we assume it's a gradual shift, then it makes sense if it starts on level 10 and we don't see effects, because we're not seeing decimal numbers here. Slightly above 13.5 for the roundup. Exactly. Exactly. It's really interesting that we're not seeing any odd numbers. But I think it's because we're absorbing 50%, but 50% of the damage, again, we multiply everything by 2, so as soon as we see 7, it's 14. It's really fucking weird that we're seeing damage in this way. I guess if I were to, like, get hit multiple times, I might notice a decimal increase after some amount of count, because it would store decimal as per usual. So like 3.5 would then give me 7 damage absorbed. We have seen odd number damage absorbed, so we know that it exists. We could assume absorbed damage is rounded up as well. No, ammo. Absorbed damage just rounds to the nearest decimal, as expected. So it could round up or down. We have seen odd number damage. Yeah, so it just rounds to nearest decimal. I guess... How do we fucking plot this? Oh, that's not what I wanted. Hold on. Oh. Oh, that's nice. It automatically does this. Look at that. Right, that would be why that's that way. This would be... No, where's this other one? This one. That follows a trend kind of interestingly. Not exactly what we want. Thought it's just because of roundup. It has to be rounding to some effect. We can assume, for example, that these are linearly moving towards each other with precision. So, for example, we could make the assumption that the true value on 1, for example, is actually something like 5.5 or something, right? And it's rounding. And we could make the argument that these are going up by, you know, whatever, 7.5 or whatever. But it's like 7.4, you know what I mean? It's like this. If we wanted to smooth it out. So, like, this would be 7.35? 25. That looks pretty smooth, actually. I'm just like, I'm just kind of moving them just to kind of see. These aren't clean values. These are whatever makes it look smoother. I'm just, these are bullshit numbers. I'm making these up for complete transparency. This is row 8. Not that one. This one. You know, some such thing that kind of gradually goes like this that would still round down. So this would be 4, right? These all need to round down. This needs to... It's impossible to do the exact numbers and the decimals rounding up is a thing. Yeah. There's just not enough precision in the current way we have numbers. But if we did enough of this for a wide enough data sample, and we got enough of this, we could get a trend that's more precise. Because if we went, you know, all the way up into this territory, all the way through even this many levels, we could smooth this out. But I think the real optimal way to do it would be to do every level like this, 180, and then we could see however much damage we get, and it would smooth out the curve, and we could then make our conclusions off of that. Because our collected information is always going to be imprecise, right? So if we go like this, and we just kind of prepare for it to be something like this. Let's do that. God, I hate to do this way. I would rather use a spreadsheet, but I think this is the optimal. I mean, this is just not optimal, but that's not 92. I really wish I could make this expand automatically. I'm sure there's a way to do it, and I just don't know it, to be honest. Oh, there we go. Oh my god, it does have an autofill if you just fucking go to the... Gotcha. That's so nice. Thank you, Desmos. I knew there'd be a system. Oh, fuck. We're gonna be here for a while, chatters. Chatters, we're gonna be here for a minute. Okay. Let us do it then. Alright. We love brute forcing data. We sure do. With 180 samples, we're not going to get very much information either. You help a bit. You have Silva and Aegis. Start from the top and work down then. And you can just send the math to here. I'll open a thread. Here's what I'll do. Thread, create, schizophrenia, animalistic. Alright, there you go. You can put the numbers in there, and I'll import them. And you can start from the top down. You can even go beyond 180 if you want to use a different simulacrum. Just tell me the level. $180? Okay. So let's just crank this bitch all the way to... Oop, not that. 180. Okay. Oh, I need a heavy. Hey, look, he lived. That's interesting. Oh my god, it doesn't actually block unless I have fucking invincibility turned off. That's really interesting, actually. Okay, no change. No change. Nev, your internet, is it good? Why no worky for you? I don't know. Stream keeps buffering. Refresh stream. Don't think it's you. That's 8 now, right? So it should be 16. Yep. Very interesting. Level 32 has a change. Bum, 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 bum. That's 9 now, isn't it? God fucking damn it, cunt. Stupid fucking cunt bitch. Yep, 9. Oh, I had previous damage stored. God, the fucking, like, the fact that they keep hitting more shots consistently as the level rises because accuracy is pissing me off. So annoying. Okay, 10 a pop now. Alright. Yep. Man, this is hell. It sure is. Okay, different number. Oh my fucking god, of course he dies. Bastard. I forgot to check the level. 44. Coda Tice's 60% heat. True Hell is getting every lich to 60. Nah, that's not so bad. Also, this isn't really bad for data collection, honestly, chat. I don't know if you guys have ever collected data before, but it's a tedious process no matter what you do. So it's not so bad to be able to just run back and forth and at least get repeatable information. Level 48, 12. Isn't this fascinating?
You know that we're done, and it wasn't fun. Yeah, we've been falling down together, and you're out of your mind with that look in your eyes as we fall deeper than ever. You lost my loyalty, treated you like royalty. Yeah, you tear me apart, cause it wasn't meant to be.
Surge, I like you. I don't like this song too much. I'm feeling it. Hold on. Gonna need to fucking ooga that booga really quick. Really quickly. 12. But I got an odd number. Maybe not. Maybe it was just coincidence. Ugh. What kind of shit math formula are they using? Well, isn't that what we're finding out? That's the whole point of what we're doing, man. There we go. That's 13. What? Interesting. I have to regular heavy attack him. 13. This is so fascinating, is it not? This is just linear. I mean, is this not just straight up linear? Obviously, we don't have... We're almost 60 levels in and it's still completely linear. With this giant gap here from 13 to 26. Of no scaling at all. Other than that, it's completely linear. This is fascinating. The old damage formula is just wrong. Or if it's not wrong, then we're gonna see a giant increase really soon here. I was not paying attention, actually. Fuck. My bad. Fucking... Dude. Your accuracy increasing as level goes up is really frustrating. I really hate that. I'm gonna drop some power strength. You're just multiplying total damage. We're doing a lot of experimenting right now. And I mean a lot. We don't even have a baseline for how the enemy damage scales, man. I love that the second I grab this slow, you start missing. It's fucking awesome. Hit a shot, you fucking cuck monkey. This shit, dude. Fuck. And then Of course he lands a fucking burst and I miss it, dude. Fucking bastard cuck. Fucking jigaboo. $13. That's all I needed to see. Fucking Christ. Hit a fucking shot. God, I hate these fucking things. $26, $13. Okay. At 55. Oh. Oh, that was connected to that table. That's why that was doing that. Ah, no, it's these variables. That's why that's doing that. I need just something different entirely. G1. Have this in a sheet for possible prediction of faster data collection. The thing is, looking at this, I'm like just looking at this, right? Slope wise. It doesn't really line up. It might actually be exponential just on a different fucking curve. I was checking to see if it's linear. It seems like linear. But it just, I don't know. Hard to tell with data collection like this. 56 time. Oh. Just fucking do that real quick. Also, I'm gonna really quickly use the proper avenging build so that I can just one-shot these guys. Because, like I mentioned before, the actual damage setup doesn't matter. So this will make it a little bit faster. Still 14. Alright, hold on. 56. I love when they reload after 3 shots. Reloading after every attack is very cool. Yeah, 14 still. Did I not change the level? I didn't change the level. God damn it, dude. Or maybe I did. Why are you always fucking reloading, dude? 15 at 58. 30. That's interesting. Look at that. Stream shitting itself? Is the stream shitting itself? Is this true, or is Sagen just full of shit? I'm retarded, I can't tell if that's 16 damage or not. 16, okay. $61 is now. You wanted me to screenshot the numbers that I've got so far. It's kind of a tall screenshot here. Let me pull this over to the vertical monitor for you. Goddamn. This is gonna be a tall screenshot, Brody. Here you go. Interesting. Ammo's getting from 180 to 160. We'll start filling in from that end as well. We might as well. 71, 70, 70, 69, 68, 68, 6, 7, 6, 7. What happened there? Wait, which one's this? 170, 64? Did I fuck up here? Oh, I did. There we go. Six, one. Huh. That's really interesting, isn't it? There's going to be a big stretch here that's linear or completely flat. 100%. Because these two curves don't line up on a linear. Does this intersect here? Oh, shit. This doesn't exactly intersect. This is on 71. This is on 70. I'm just doing this for the sake of getting it to line up because my OCD. There's literally no value to me doing this. Because obviously this wouldn't be the thing. Unless it's some irrational number. Like a square root. which they've done before. I wouldn't be surprised if it was fucking root of some kind. Anybody know of some square root that's really close to this number? I don't know. That's close enough. I just wanted to get it close enough for my OCD. Is the stream shitting itself? It doesn't seem like it is. Okay, I had to reconnect to my stream. Hopefully that's hopefully it's a little bit more stable. Try to make these as square shaped as possible. I think that's good. I could do this, that, and then from there go like this. There we go. That is fairly square shaped, I think. It goes in the square hole. So truing and real. Alright. Now that I've got this nice and square. It's actually a little bit easier to see whether it's curved or not like this. And, still very inconclusive. To be fair, all I've done is draw a line between these 2 points, though. So. .36111. There we go. It's just not even worth doing. Anyways, back to what I was doing, which is doing the actual data gathering. I got distracted, fucking with the way the chart looks. 62. Okay, need to... Love not being able to slam. 16. What did we record last? 32, so that's 16? Yeah, okay. Just fucking reload every other shot, man. It's fine. I don't care. I don't mind if you sit here fucking reloading forever. It's actually really fun and engaging when you sit here and I'm staring at a fucking reload animation. Dude, why do they always instantly reload? Simulacrum moment, man. 34 now. Quick switch. What level? 64. Can you check that math? Okay, let's see. Not quite. Not quite our curve. I'm actually curious about this. Not quite, though. Shit. 65. Spaghetti math. Actual damage, 4 damage? I imagine predicted damage. In-game formula fixing. 750 bonus, it's the mix. In-game damage, so these are mind control target damage numbers. Enemy level rate is damage. Okay. Okay, he got us with a bunch of extra. Let's keep going here then. 59. 59, 58, 58, 57, 57, 56, 56. It's all wrong, but the scaling seems fine. Look at this. These are two very separate linear... This isn't what you would expect an exponential formula to look like, frankly. Where did I leave off? 65 is where I left off. I fucking do that first. Uh, 34, still good. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that. Ah, whatever. It's actually fine. $17. $18. So 67. 67 is now 18. 18 times 2 is 36. Yeah. What? How does that make any sense? Oh, I need to heavy attack you. Fucking blast proc killed my guy. Of course it did. Dude, why does it reload after every fucking shot? I hate simulacrum so much. I swear to God, if it fucking reloads again, I'm killing myself. Sancho's armor value might affect your overguard. No, it does not. It does not. It's very easy to test that. It does not. Especially not in this. What am I getting? I fucking forgot already. I'm getting 19, which is 38. What the fuck am I looking at? Even then, it would be reducing the damage, not making it bigger than expected values. It wouldn't be altering it to this degree. We also tested it against shield, block, and overguard, and all three of them were consistent. Armor's not a factor here. Armor is non-factor. I've never had an instance where armor's been fucking with my overguard. It could have been puncture procs that he was noticing, but it couldn't have been armor. Armor is on a different layer of the equation entirely. 71 next. Oh, that's nice. Oh god, I have to fucking wait for this stupid monkey to get up. $19. Who? The enemy. I knocked the enemy down on accident. Don't you fucking reload, dude. 19. Fucking Christ. This game is trying to piss me off. Oh, blast proc, 'cause why not? Absolutely, that's what's happening, Stanced, because I'm gonna notice it here. Watch. We're getting to that threshold. We're at 20 damage now. And that was enemy level 73. Watch. There's gonna be this transition period here. It's a smooth step. Fuck, I forgot. 73. Absolutely what's gonna happen. I can guarantee you. Sorry, this is 40. There we go. Because basically the level transition, by the way, for like that scaling happens between 70 and 80. So this chain here should not scale very much at all. This section right about here will be like this, and it'll connect back to this. So it's absolutely on a different scaler that's no longer purely exponential. starts out exponential. You can kind of see it here, where each step is getting closer together. Except for right here, I don't really know what happens here. Maybe that's just part of the rounding, because the numbers are super small. And the exponent is, you know, whatever. It hasn't really kicked in yet. Smooth step. And then this is going to be linear all the way. Because if you look at Ammo's math, if you look at his numbers he's given, this is super linear. 71, 70, 70, 69, 68, 68, 67, 67, 66, 65. Like, this is, I don't know. I'm actually kind of curious how he's... I wonder if he's giving us... Emma, are you giving us half values, or are you giving us full value? He's going to use Frontier Lancer. That's fine because we found that that was A-okay. Because there's a really small damage difference between 73 and 140. You'd think that 70 levels would be way more than 10 damage. That's why I'm curious. Because I feel like that's still way too wide of a level gap. There's no way that there's going to be a string of like 20 that are the same damage. Save this world. It's what you see on it. Okay, so hang on. So Ammo's values are different here. Hold on, that changes things. So it's half. He's giving us half values. So these all need to be multiplied by 2. Can I put math in here? Oh, I sure can. Thank you, Pookie Bear. Love that. Shit. Oh, not that one. Okay, that changes things. There we go. That changes things by quite a lot. Because now this looks more like what we would expect from exponential. That changes things. It's no longer in the vibe of smooth step territory. This now seems more like what we would expect from exponential scaling. If this were to continue, we would see that kind of continuation as it curves up, right? So... really important to know that those are half values. Oh, that's nice of it. It gives us a thing to view it perfectly. You're back, finally finished. Hello, hello, Exobot. Ammo giving us half values was really important critical information. We left off on 74, and we were at 20 damage. That was some critical info. I fucking swear to God, if these enemies reload in front of me again, I'm gonna fucking kill somebody. Okay. What are we mathing? Yeah, stuff. $25? What happened there? How did I get... Worth crying over? How did I get 25 there? It's 20. That was really weird. Enemies reload way too damn much in the sim. 42 now. 76. Why are you always fucking reloading, dude? Fuck off. Enemies reload too damn much. 42. It's not what I wanted. Still 42. $44. That's a big jump. What level? 79. Are you cooked for thinking of getting 1,000 Forma in ROS Prime? No, people have done 1,000 Forma challenges for all kinds of silly shit. That's basically 1,000 minutes, which is not too bad. If you're farming super optimally. A little over 16 and a half hours. That's not so bad. Why would you do that? People do all kinds of weird shit, man. I'm not gonna question you. Number 80. Number 80. Number 80. Number 80. $44. Fuck. $46. Isn't that already a new number at 81? Yeah, it is. Wow. Oh. $46, $23. What? He shot once and fucking reloaded. What do you mean, dude? What the fuck is wrong with this fucking retarded ass game? Dude literally shot once and reloaded. Like, what? What kind of fucking dipshit ass game is this, bro? Fucking made for idiots. He literally didn't even shoot. He started reloading. Holy shit. 24. That's a new number, isn't it? Yeah, it is. $84 is now 48. Enemy AI is so cooked. And I check the math on this one. I have to copy the text for this one. Copy text. Let's see. Let's see. This is this symbol. This is this symbol. And that's that. Close. Closer. I don't think it would be squared. That's the big thing. I don't know if the 1.55 changes stanced. I don't think they changed that. Because if you look at this curve, it's slightly more shallow than this one. And you're starting on the same route. So it's this part, which is in charge of the curve, is 1.55, I think. The issue is it's just not lining up with this. Like, if I grab this, and I replace this with, X minus G. Oh. X is here. See how gradual this is, though? This is pretty much what we would expect, right? This kind of lines up a little bit better, but not quite this number. Which makes sense because this should be basically changing constantly. The 1.55 is correct. The issue is actually this section. This is the incorrect part. The 155 is correct. It's this. This is what has changed. And they haven't told us. I don't even know how this... Look at this. Like, this lines up beautifully. And I bet if we continued to grab... How? How does this make sense at all? 1.98 times what? What fucking variable is this? Level? 1.98 times current level? Is that what we're doing? Where did we get 1.98 from? Why does this fit so perfectly? This fits so cleanly. Obviously, these have bigger disparity, because duh. And then this is the damage value, which is 6, so this should actually be times 6, basically. Or not times 6, it would be 6 times this number, would it not? Sorry, it'd be 3 times this number. I need to give this a number 1. No, it doesn't line up just quite. This is just the curve description. That explains why this. So how does this happen then? Right, 1 plus 5, of course. That makes a lot more sense. Look at this. It's literally perfect. I mean, the variance is ever so slight on the middle points there, but this is like... You couldn't ask for a better... The only issue is down here, where the values are so small, the rounding is just overpowering it, I would assume. That's what I'm assuming is happening here. Maybe quantization has an issue. But what doesn't make sense is, like... this part. This part has to be incorrect in some way. This 0.015 is still the same. This 1.55 is still the same. This part is incorrect. What the fuck is this? It makes sense that this looks so linear because on this small scale this looks linear. And you need the context of all this information to see it actually follow the curve. Might be worth checking level 200 and 225. You hate how you asked for one song from me and now you recognize too many songs in my playlists? My music taste is infectious, what can I say? We just have the same ones. My music taste is so broad, Crow. It's so wide. Checking level 200 and 225 to see if it also lines up. Might as well to expedite this because we've got enough data here to account for. We've got enough data here to account for. Filling this in would be largely useless because we can see it, the pattern projecting. So checking level 200, which would be here, and level 250, which I might actually need to use U for that stance because I don't think I have 250. Out of principle. Can I just really quickly, what am I doing? 250. Can I just do X? No? No, I'd have to do this. That, and there we go. These are the two intersections I was looking for. Somewhere in this ballpark. Which doesn't need to be super precise. You don't have 250 either. You should have highest level. MR25! I have 200 and 205. Your LR5? Worth investigating. Okay, we can now basically assume that these are parallel and will never touch. I don't see any intersecting points, and we're super, super far away. We could have just measured once or twice and it'd have been fine, but whatever. Now that we've done that, 1.97. How does that even, like, how does that happen? What does that mean in this context? What is 1.97 and where does it come from? Right, and that changes this because this is being multiplied. Or no. Yeah, this. That's so fascinating. Maybe the difference is too subtle. Because this surely intersects, does it not? Maybe I'm just blind. No, this totally intersects at some point. Oh, maybe not. Guess not. $225 is max at the moment? Okay. We can guarantee they must have touched something. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe our formula, this part, has just always been incorrect, or our interpretation of it is incorrect. Something about it is not correct. Something about how it's written, how the math works out, something about it is not correct in this aspect of things. Because the curve it follows is correct. Maybe the way the damage multiplier is applied is incorrect. Something is incorrect. But this curve is correct. The shape of this curve lines up. Because this number correct. This number is what the problem is. This is where all of our issues are coming from. If I change this number to be fucking anything different, it's not correct, right? Like, there's just no room for error there on that. This is a correct number, and this is a correct number. This is the problem. Got a nice curve, Lamau. Let me go check on a level 200 and a level 205 enemy. So we're gonna go to level 205, which is my highest level my sim. And then from there, we're gonna go to Crow's sim and grab 225, then 224, and so on and so forth. What does 1.98x mean, though? That's what I'm saying. That's the part that's got me fucked up. The current level minus base level is the incorrect part. It might be something as simple as, like, current level divided by base level or something crazy like that, right? Like, what if it's that? What if it's literally, like, I'm just going to spitball here. I'm going to take this one. This is our green one. And I'm just going to take... divided by base. Fuck, I need these values to be I need these values to be non-numbers so I can see lines. Let's just do C1 divided by B1. Like, I don't know, dude. Something weird like that. Something in this part is the incorrect part. Could just be current level divided by 2? No. That's how you get 2x? Unfortunately, I don't think so. How's Forever Winter going? I have never played Forever Winter. That's a Sage and Khan question. That's Sage and Khan's game, not mine. What's the math for what's being attempted? Right now, we're trying to figure out Damage scaling. Enemy damage scaling. Because something about this formula is incorrect when we apply it to the enemy damage. Either the enemy damage values are incorrect, which is pretty likely, but really hard to figure out. There's a missing link in the damage numbers. There's something missing.
Wait. Something's down there. We should stay here. You have to trust me.
Best of luck. Good luck hunting. What if 230 is 408?
Slide.
It's much higher. Frontier Lancer or Lancer, they're both the same. At least we speculate based on the other Lancers. But Lancers should be preferred. Go ahead, send invite, Crow. 204. 408 or 204? That's more like it, Stance. 204 seems correct. What level is this Lancer that you're summoning? Why the fuck is this sim? Oh, whatever. Yeah, 204. Okay. So if it's 204, give me 200, Crow. No, it's okay. Just give me 200. There we go. 332 divided by 4. Oh, let's just have him shoot again. 83, 166. 166. That's level 200. Also lines up with our chart here. Everything lines up. Everything lines up here. With our expected. Except the beginning. Yeah, but we can attribute this to rounding issues. Because these values are so small, they're getting rounded. There's there's 50%, and there's also the fact that this is double what it's supposed to be. There's some rounding going on for sure. My best guess. What's being tested? Enemy damage. Gamble, help us out here. This is the enemy damage multiplier modifier. Something about it is incorrect. Could this just be current x2 minus base? Unlikely. Because let's go down to here. and remove this, or... And I can get rid of fucking this piece of shit. Unlikely. This doesn't work either. Spawn other levels if we want to continue. Let's just put this here for the sake of I can move it around. There we go. That way I can see things. Confirming wiki testing and ability, both. And the big issue here is that we are getting... Okay, to give you the rundown of what the problem is, let me give you the... Okay. Hold on. Let me give you the full synopsis here. Okay, for starters, this is the damage multiplier scaler, right? Damage multiplier, easy peasy. We find that the multiplier itself lines up with testing. These black dots here are all tests, right? Across various levels, we grabbed a nice big old data pool, figured it all out, put it together on a chart. It lines up with this curve. Problem, this curve uses this number. We have no fucking clue where this number comes from, because 1.98 times some random variable for this information, this doesn't make a lot of sense. Current level minus base level does not fit this. I've been using Kalerva Overguard. I've been using shields to test in the early game. I've been using the Silva and Aegis block mechanic, because the Silva and Aegis block absorbs 50% of enemy damage. By the way, the base damage on weapons is 2x what we have currently. So this sheet is my most recent piece of information for enemy base damage values, which is still incredibly outdated. It's super, super old. It's not complete in any way. And these values are just way off, literally off by 2x. We were using the Lancer to test, which ironically doesn't show up, the Frontier Lancer, but the Frontier Lancer and the regular Lancer share information, as well as the Arid and Drekar. It's now basically 1.98 times current minus base for what you're seeing now. That's kind of what we're like. That's kind of what's being really weird right now. So it's like something like this, which is just making things really convoluted because we don't know where this number came from. And it leads to a lot of issues. A big issue, so like this still doesn't account for this being, like, the base value being 6, right? It doesn't account for that. And also, it doesn't really change, like if we go to level 10, this doesn't line up with what we tested either. Right? Level 10... Oh, maybe it does. Hold on. Not SP bonus. We've been very careful about that. Is there just a 1.98 thrown in here now? Level 13, we should see 12 damage. Wait. Ammo, did we figure it out? Where's our next damage step? We saw an absorbed 14 damage at 27. 27. Yeah, okay, so it's incorrect. This is 26, not 14. Okay. How old is the damage numbers? These are old. These are old. These are very much on the table, like on the chopping block, for being completely outdated. This lists the Lancer base damage as 3. This lists the IPS weighting for those values, which I tried running them through the quantization calculator just to make sure that everything is all up to snuff. Let me undo a bunch of these. There we go. And everything lines up in the quantization. There's no changing here. These values actually line up consistently with what DE would it do. They changed the frame armor type. Does it predate? Fuck. This is... The thing is, it doesn't... armor isn't really worth considering because Warframes have always had neutral health types. Well, not always. But this does not predate that change when they changed the Warframe health types. Tenno health type being neutral, Tenno shields being neutral, all that stuff. This is about the same age. I would say younger. But even then, they've fucked with enemies scaling so many times now that I wouldn't be necessarily surprised. Tennos are minus 50. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Which we've been accounting for. We've been accounting for the minus 50 on Tenno Shield. We've been accounting for the full damage on Overguard. And we've been accounting for the minus 50 on the Sylva and Aegis. All of them line up with the base damage being 2x what it should be. Isn't armor minus 25? No. Armor is just direct damage reduction value for whatever your armor number is. And it still uses the old scaling damage reduction while the enemies have a new armor damage reduction scaler. The biggest issue that we're running into isn't our misunderstanding of any variables. We've accounted for our variables properly. Our issue is that we're fucking flabbergasted as to where this 1.98 number comes from. Also, just because this describes the curve, this doesn't actually work as a suitable multiplier, because if you plug in any value for x here, it doesn't work. Or sorry, because basically this doesn't describe the multiply. Wait. Wait. Wait, 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 wait. This doesn't describe the multiplier. Objectively, this doesn't describe the multiplier. Corpus, Grineer, and Techrod enemies have modified damage scaling and use the following. Additionally, Corpus, Grineer, and Techrod have 2x damage multiplier added to their attacks. Infested have 3x damage multiplier. The base damage of the enemy is equivalent to damage dealt by the player's Overguard. The base damage value of the enemy is equivalent to the damage dealt by this enemy to the player's Overguard when it's at level 1. We're just fucking missing the important part. It's right here. It's It's right fucking here. I'm gonna kill myself, dude. I'm gonna fucking crash out. Okay, all of this work is for naught. Here's what I'm gonna do. This is gonna go in here. This, all of this can go in here. This is all for naught, and this is all worthless. We can get rid of all of it. This we can get rid of. We can get rid of literally everything that we worked on, actually, because we're just fucking stupid. We're just fucking stupid. We're literally just dumb. It's just here. Somebody else figured this out already. This was changed, and it's just right here. And we're fucking retarded. We are actually just dumb. I'm actually mad. I'm so mad. I'm fucking fuming. This being here is the most deceptive thing ever. This is enemy specific for Grineer, Corpus, and Tekrot. This is new. This makes me very upset. Well, let's make it. Okay. So, killing this. Let's collapse this. Let's make a smooth step formula. Scalar math. So this damage multiplier is worthless. This doesn't even exist in the fucking game. Doesn't even exist in the game. It literally doesn't even exist in the I'm fine. I'm fine. So I have to make a fucking smooth step. Min, max. Fuck, I have to do this again. Oh my god, I haven't made a thing in so long. I'm just gonna do this. I think this works as a multiplier. I think I'm gonna just copy what I did here. Can I do that? I think I can copy this. Where it works something like this, but with these values instead. So this is base level 1. Oh, wait a minute. X minus base level over 1. Fuck. Oh, I have to remember how to do this shit. Hold on. When current level minus base level is greater than 1, use this scaling. When current level minus base level... Sorry, is less than 1, use this scaling. When it's greater than 25, use this scaling. Fuck, this is such a pain in the ass to remember how to do. Yeah, this fucking thing. Yeah. Okay. I know how to do this. God, I have to fucking remind myself how I did this shit in the past. Let's not fuck that up. Let's go to this one, which has my old smooth step, which is super easy to incorporate because I can just change all these numbers around and make it super straightforward. Let's not break this. Let's do this one. This is just current. This is base. And then let's just start copying. So this is current minus base minus 1 divided by 24. Minus 1 divided by 24. Okay. That gives me this, where it works that way. If I increase this, it changes the value. And it does this, and it does that. Okay. That's off. That's on. That's my smooth transition multiplier is S1. I then need to have S1 act as a multiplier for this transition. So 0, this value 1 is this is my smooth step multiplier. Damage multiplier function 1, this guy here, I need to transition this into this, so this is going to be damage multi. Yeah. Math spoilers. Which sim do you have? Which one do I prefer? I really like the Zanuka or the Razorback Arena. Those two are very nice. They clump up the enemies very nicely. Razorback Arena is a little... Not Razorback, sorry. Ambulance Arena, but Ambulance is loaded, but it's very bright. But nah, it's fine. Whatever. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Okay. Zanuka Arena. Yeah, Zanuka Arena is very cool. Damage multiplier. F1 current level. This. Current level times 1 minus smooth step times current level. Yeah. I'm gonna screenshot this so I just don't forget it and just do this. I'm so pissed off. This literally doesn't exist in the game. Why is it the first thing you see? This should be fucking removed. Oh, I guess it does exist for any other fucking enemy. It exists for anything else. That's... I'm at peace. Okay. 1.75. This is going to be... This is going to be in a set of brackets. This is going to be in a set of brackets. This set of brackets is going to be times 1 minus S1. What's wrong here? What happened here? There we go. Okay, and this is going to be plus the other one, which is going to basically be this again. But instead of this, it's now this number, and then this is going to be times that. Now this is, hold on, 1 minus that times that. I don't know why that's like that. That's interesting. This should have its own set of brackets, right? To make life consistent. So now, does this seem correct? These guys have a 2x multi. This doesn't seem correct. It's not. Let's slow down here. What's going on here? This seems like it's unnecessary. I feel like this is wrong. This should just be that. And this should just be this. I feel like I'm not crazy for that. And this should be that, and this should be inside of that to make it a little less fucky. This is incorrect. Right? Is it incorrect?
Dangerous, no, I don't back down. Leave your heart laying on the ground. Tell me who the killer now.
Yeah, very incorrect. Hold on.
Dangerous, no, I don't back down. Leave your heart
That might be why.
Tell me who the killer
Never mind. That doesn't exist. That's fine.
Dangerous, no, I don't back down. Leave your heart laying
Fuck this graph paper. I don't need this shit. Go away. Oh, because I'm only using half the fucking... Duh. I made half the thing and didn't make the rest of it. So I need to make the actual smooth step, which thankfully I have here. There we go. Good God, I'm so dumb. That there. This all needs to be this. That. And that. This should now be correct? Question marking?
Leave your heart laying on the ground. Tell me who the killer now.
Is this correct? Fuck, I need to see my data collection here with this. So 6, 8, 7.79, that works. We should see 9 gives us 10. 9 gives us 11. It's not a good sign. 230. Let's see, 230. 2,000. So this is incorrect still. Okay, something's not quite right. We're getting closer. Let's check this part of the formula first. Oh, wait. Hold on. That's a problem. There we go. Found it. So this goes from... Nope, hold on. That's correct. That's what you want. Right. Okay, that's correct. Right? Hold on, am I stupid? Oh. What? That's not right. Whoa, wait a minute. Hold on, that's what's going on. This is incorrect. This is never supposed to go over... This is supposed to eventually decrease. Something's wrong here. This is where my issue is. This is where my mistake is. This is x minus base minus 1. Over 24. 3 S 1 of 2 this is that. That's the problem. This right here is the problem. This should be, I just take this out. So this should be 0. Sorry, this should be 1 that then ramps to 0. This is 0 right now. So something's wrong here, question mark? What about this one? Is this one working correctly? This one's 0, and it ramps well above. But that's correct. But it's not supposed to ramp yet. It's supposed to transition. This scaling isn't supposed to have, so something's wrong here. This is incorrect for Y. Is it max min or min? It's min max. What have I done wrong here? From level 1, x minus base level less than 1, it shouldn't do anything. So this one minus this one being less than 1, which is this level and this level. Sorry, just this level or this level. Yeah, it's basically just the first level. Don't do anything. These should both be 0. These are both 0. This is good. From if 1 is greater than or equal to x minus base level greater than or equal to 25. Shouldn't this be 25 then? Rib Zen be one with the Zen? Surely. Do we still need your sim? No, we do not. We do not need your sim. Thank you, Crow. You have been very helpful. I appreciate you. Of S1 squared minus 2 of S1 cubed. And this should only be active for this level. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, is this like this? Oh. What? Is that how that works? No, that's not how that works. Oh, well, I didn't change this one, so I wouldn't fucking know, would I? Is that how this works? Surely not, right? That's incorrect. It's very incorrect. Very, very, very incorrect. Getting to 230 should get us down here. What's going on with this? What am I looking at here? What am I looking at here? So, S2 is this smooth variable, S1 is this variable. This can't be correct. This has to be, something has to be wrong here. This has to be incorrect. Hold on. Yeah, see, this can't get to... That can't be... This can't be -1. This just can't be. This has to just be this. This has to be a fucking typo. Right? Surely this has to be a typo. No. Maybe not. What? How does this work when I have my other ones? It does work. So why isn't this... Why does this one not break and the other one does? Min max, comma, 0, 1. Min max, 0, 1. There's base -1. And this basically forces it to be between 0 and 1. Because the maximum value chooses the maximum between this one and 0, and the minimum value chooses the minimum value between this value and 1. meaning that if this value goes over 1, it's capped, and if this value goes under 0, it's capped. This describes the smooth transition between these two numbers, so when this decimal kicks on, it takes a different curve than the other. You can see that these values are slightly different, but eventually they do conjoin back to 1. That's the idea with this as a multiplier. So the idea then is that these two things slowly transition via the curve. One of these should be 1, the other should be 0. No? No, this is 0, this is 1. Right, because this is that, this is that. So what's going on here? Let's recopy this section down here and evaluate what's going on, and let's recopy this section down here and evaluate what's going on. So one of these should be on right now because it should be 1 minus S2, which should be 1 minus 0. So this should be times 1. This not being on is a problem. This should be on. So what's going on here that's causing this issue? This here, unless I'm brain dead, is 1. This number here should not be 0. Maybe it should be 0, because there's no level scaling. So going to level 2, this is now on 0.15. This is correct. This part of the formula is functioning correctly, and as this transitions down, this will eventually become 0. This part continues without the thing to stop it, but this becomes 0. Right? That makes sense. Okay, this part is functioning correctly. So, boom, bop, boom. So you're the problematic section, where you should be 0 until we get to that point where you start switching over, which should then happen. Why is it taking so long? No, it's not. Okay, hold on. I need to check this really quickly and see when this stops activating. So this should be 24 plus 1, right? So this should stop at 25. 25, and at 26 it goes. Does this need to be minus 2 instead of minus 1? Or, no, it's supposed to include 25. At current level minus base level is greater than 25. So 25 minus 1, this is 24. 26 minus 1, greater than 25. Oh, greater than, but not equal to. What's happening here? Is this the part that's fucked up? So the damage multiplier is this function times 1 minus, and this is the level scaling function, plus, in a separate set of parentheses, this. This parentheses doesn't need to exist. This is the entire function. This set times this. I guess what I can do is I can put this in another set of... like that. And I can put this in a set like that. And this can go in a set like that. Okay. So now we have this statement, which is this statement. This is unnecessary, right? Let's see. This statement inside of this statement includes this statement, which has this statement here. That statement encloses everything, and then this one. This is unnecessary, right? Yeah, because this statement encloses that. Let me just do this so I make sure I got these correct. This statement and this statement, these are unnecessary, I think. This is now So this whole statement, sorry, I worked from the inside out actually. This statement, and this statement are in this statement. This statement is these two statements. This is this entire thing. That's that. Yeah, that's good. This statement, this statement, this statement, this. Is that correct? Is that what was going on? Was I just fucking up parentheses because I'm a dope? Do this. Nope, still incorrect. What's going on here? Does anybody have this functioning on their end or no? Bing bong, bing bong, bong. Does anybody have this going on their end, or am I schizo? My fucking thing's sideways here. What's going on here? What am I doing wrong here? Do I have... This is an unnecessary pair of parentheses, right? I can remove this pair? Yeah, I think so. And that still works. And this is still wrong. Chat, what am I doing wrong here? Also, it's astonishing to me that this isn't even incorrect. This data is correct, it's just that there's a fucking 2x multi for certain factions. Fucking wild to me. What am I doing wrong, chat? What's wrong with my statements here? What have I done incorrectly? Maybe that's what's wrong. Nope. Chat, what have I done wrong? I'm so lost. What's wrong with my shit here? Zero 0.015, 1.75, 0.00. Oh. Fucking ooga booga, brother. There it is, dude. Fuck off. Fucking, of course, dude. I tinkered with this damn thing so much. Missing 0! Missing a number! No! Missing number! 0015 175 0015 175 0075 0075 155 155. Okay. Interestingly, this gives me 210 when we observe 204. But we can assume that quantization starts having an impact here. Because we can start asking about this here, because error might become more significant here. So if we were to divide this number by this gigantic amount, so let's do this really quickly. We're gonna treat this here, we're gonna treat this direct multiplier as this multiplier, which 35.1 is gonna be 351, and then we're going to treat this one as 100% for the other multiplier and see what happens here. And then we want this amount, which is not what we observe, is it? Oh, sorry. 35 times multiplier is 2 decimal place, 3,500, is it not? 3510, 35 times damage multiplier. 216 after that happens, and we observed, instead of 210, 204. That actually gave us more damage, so not quite. Interesting. Very, very interesting, actually. Maybe this is why. This might be the issue here, using that as a multiplier, instead of just maybe multiplying these values by 2. 0.56 times 2. I should just grab that out of this really quickly. All of these values I want times 2, so give me this number times 2. 1.125. That. And then let me grab, I can close this now. Let me grab this number. 3.75. This gives me 216 still. Really interesting. I wonder what causes that. Maybe it's the precision of this. Maybe this doesn't get quantized at all. What's my number here? 35 point that. If I grab over this and go this way. 216, yeah. Really interesting. No idea how this works then. Format this as a percent. There we go. No idea how this works to get us to that value, unless maybe this is 16 still? Doesn't change anything. There's just not enough of a difference. These values still divide cleanly. Nothing changes. No gain loss. Because these numbers still divide cleanly into the quantum. This adds many layers of complexity to this. It removed my funny emojis. Damn it. Where's my special formatting? Custom formatting? Where's custom formatting? Custom currency. Fuck, where's the custom formatting? Conditional formatting? No. Data validation? No. Fuck, how did I do this? Rainy did this for me. Whatever. I don't care enough. Either way, we should see even more damage than we're getting, but we get less. We can only assume that some rounding is happening in this, maybe? So maybe this is itself rounded? Insert special symbol. It's like there's a way to make it a format thing. Here's a thought. Let's quantize this now. I think that is... Can I search by last edited? What about last viewed? I think this has it. It's fine. It does. Okay. I'm gonna take this section and just integrate this. Instead of this, take this. So this actually gives me a slightly different... Wait, this is fascinating. I wonder if this is correct. I don't think it would be. I think it would be something else entirely, but I'm gonna see. What up, nerd? What up? Did you know that enemy damage got changed, Okums? Enemy damage scaling got changed. We're gonna call this the DM1. Let's see if this works. The DM1 is this. We're then going to copy this. C1 is going to equal this. DM1. Two 1061. Changes so slightly, it can't be that. But now let's try one, not that. 1/16 instead. What if that? Okay, that rounds that down to quite a significant amount. It becomes 21075. Would it be that number instead? Nope, it doesn't. Interesting. How did it get changed? All right. You know this formula, right? Everybody knows this formula. This is the formula. This is the damage Krabby Patty secret formula. Everybody knows that. No, it's not, you fucking idiot. Corpus Grineer Tekrot enemies have modified damage scaling, which follows a smooth step function. Also, Corpus Grineer Tekrot have 2x damage added to their base value, and Infested has 3x damage. So this enemy damage chart here is correct, but all of these values are just multiplied by 2. Because go fuck yourself. I should save this. I don't think there's any amount of approximation that would cause this to be off enough to make this happen. That makes it stupid. You're goddamn right it does. There's no amount of approximation that gets us to see this number. I couldn't fucking tell you why we see 204 instead of 210. I cannot tell you. What I can tell you is that level 9999 enemy, 71,000 damage per shot. Good fucking Christ, dude. This was such a painful amount of shit to figure out. All for it to basically be not worth much of anything anyways. We did it, chat. We did it, Reddit. Fucking Christ. Oh. Wait. $216. It still should be 216 instead of 2. We can just assume that. I don't know. We can assume something about Sylvan Aegis. Maybe it's just like I don't like it. Who knows? Okay. I need to go to the bathroom, and also, I need to eat food. So guess what that means, chat? Somebody's cleaning the bathroom. Shit. Well, whatever. Oh, we did it, chat. We fucking did it. We figured out some information that was already known. I love... What happened? Preserve. Okay. Okay. Preserve. I need to eat food, chat. I'm gonna go. And I'm gonna make food, and then I'm gonna fucking eat that food that I make. Because I'm gonna make and eat food. Goodbye, chat. See you guys later. It was a good stream. We did some good work today. What is it? 5-hour stream? 5-hour stream. That's not bad. That's not bad. Alright. Goodbye, everybody.